Welcome to Estonia. Welcome to ISTP 2026. My name is Alar Karis. I'm an Estonian, and I will be the moderator of this summit and will guide you throughout these days. And with that, it is my honor to invite on stage President of the Republic of Estonia, Mr. Alar Karis. Please.
Ministers, distinguished guests, dear educators. Welcome to Estonia, welcome to Tallinn, and to a conversation that matters. Estonia is honored to host a gathering of policymakers and educators around one of the most decisive questions of our time, how we shape the future of learning. Whenever a major new technology arrives, a familiar story returns with it. We heard it with radio and television. We heard it again with the internet. And now we hear it with artificial intelligence. Surely this time we will no longer need teachers. It is an understandable temptation. Technology can scale information. It can automate routine tasks. It can place a library in every pocket. And AI can produce fluent answers at astonishing speed. But reality has a way of correcting our fantasies. Again and again, the more complex our societies become, the more we need something technology cannot provide: human guidance. Because every powerful innovation arrives with new freedoms and also with new risks. More information brings more misinformation. More choice brings more distraction. More speed brings more anxiety. When the world shifts gears, learners do not simply need answers, they need orientation. They need to learn how to learn. They need someone who can help them make sense of what they see and connect knowledge to values and responsibility. That is why the role of the teachers is not shrinking, it's growing. And the teachers we need most are not simply deliverers of content. They are adaptive professionals, able to support different learners, to build motivation, to cultivate curiosity, and to strengthen learning skills, so that young people can handle uncertainty with confidence rather than fear. The recently published Estonian Human Development Report, which this time focuses on education, asks a very important question. How do we preserve meaningful context between teacher and learner in a more digital learning environment? In the decade ahead, we will likely find a more sustainable balance between digital and traditional methods. And to do that well, continuous professional learning for teachers becomes indispensable, so that new tools serve the learning experience rather than replacing it. This brings me to the AI leap. We do not yet know precisely how to tame artificial intelligence so that it consistently creates value, in education or anywhere else. But one thing is clear: there is no way back. AI will shape our societies, our labor markets, and our daily lives. Education cannot stand aside and hope the wave passes. That is why Estonia initiated an education program we call the AI Leap, an effort to use AI not as fashionable add-on, but as a tool to further improve the quality of learning. Today, students and teachers have access to an application adapted specifically for educational use. We are observing carefully what it changes, what it improves, and what new questions it raises. I want to underline this. The AI leap is not at its heart a technology reform. It is learning and teaching reform. The innovation does not end when you place an application in students' and teachers' hands. That is where it begins. Because we know something important about today's language models, in their raw form, they do not automatically support learning. Sometimes they do the opposite. They can make it easy to copy instead of understand. They can reward speed over reflection. So a teacher must remain a clear guide. And that's why in our AI Leap program, we have invested a great deal of energy in supporting teachers so they can master approaches that make their own work easier and use methods that help learners reach real understanding, not just quick answers. This is a reason for hope, but we know that AI in schools also brings fears. However, we cannot respond to the fear by standing still. We need to experiment, and we need to learn honestly from results. What worked, what did not, and for whom. That is why every technological leap in education should come with something equally important, a research program. We need evidence that can tell us in a rigorous and data-informed way that supports learning and how. A summit like this matters precisely because the challenges are shared. We need thoughtful implementation grounded in trust in educators and strengthened by evidence. As you begin your discussions here in Tallinn, I hope you will keep one simple idea in mind. Technologies will continue to evolve. The gears will keep shifting, but the heart of education remains powerfully human. Invest in teachers. Trust them. Give them time, support, and professional autonomy to grow, and the responsibility to use that autonomy well. If we do that, then whatever tools the future brings, our learners will not be left to navigate it alone. I wish you an inspiring and productive summit. Thank you very much for your attention.
candlelight to classrooms, from chalkboards to screens, from memorizing to understanding, from listening to exploring.
Version after version, the system updates.
Each era has believed to have found the best way to learn. Each era has prepared the next update. This is a journey through moments when education leaped forward.
Haben Sie nie darüber nachgedacht, dass es auf der ganzen Welt nur einen einzigen Weg gibt, einen Menschen dazu zu bringen, etwas Bestimmtes zu tun?
They say learning is the path to the light. Yet we walk to the university before the sun rises and leave after it has set. If learning is light, we seem to meet it only in the dark. The classroom smells of chalk, damp coats and firewood. We sit in long rows, pens ready, eyes forward. The professor speaks, we write. He knows, we record. This is learning as we know it, to gather what others have discovered, to carry knowledge carefully from one mind to another.
We copy sentences with care so that we don't lose a single thought. Sometimes my hand moves so quickly that only later my mind catches up. But when I walk home through the cold streets, my thoughts continue the lesson.
Those thoughts wander beyond the lecture. They ask questions that were not spoken aloud. They connect ideas in ways I do not yet have words for. Is learning only what is said in a hall, or also what grows quietly afterwards?
Today, I've filled pages and pages with notes. And yet the most important thought came to me while I was putting my coat on to leave. What if learning changes over time?
What if one day students learn not only by listening, but by exploring? Not only by recording, but by discovering? Maybe learning is not only the light we are given, maybe learning is also how we learn to seek it.
something happened in Estonian schools that no one really knew how to explain. The computer was no longer in the principal's office. It was inside the classroom, and no one really knew what to do with it.
They called it the Tiger Leap, but it didn't feel like a leap at all. It felt like a slow, beeping crawl into the unknown.
But this was the moment. This boy had no idea he was sitting in the most important classroom in the world. Not because of the computers, but because something shifted inside the people in the classroom. The students were curious. The teachers were brave. When Estonian education leaped, they leaped too.
They thought they were teaching children how to use computers. What they were really teaching them was how to think without limits.
They thought computers would make students lazy. The opposite happened.
At the time, this was just homework. But history will remember it as a beginning. Because the children of the Tiger Leap grew up. Some of them built Skype. Some of them built Bolt. Some of them built Wise. What started as dial-up noise in a classroom became a country of startups. And one day, not so many years after the dial-up noise,
The school did not get cancelled. Instead, the school changed its address. The classroom fit into a laptop. The teacher fit into a square. And the students stepped into a new digital era.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You're on mute.
Oh, one moment.
No, but we see your dog. Who's sharing their screen?
I'm not sharing my screen.
We see your email.
Oh, one moment again, one moment.
Oh, I think I live on the screen right now. So the homework is...
Excuse me, where were we?
where were we? That much we know. But where are we now?
Excuse me, what was the question?
Where are we now?
In 2026,
Why do they need you?
why do they need who?
You, the teacher.
To teach students how to ask better questions. How to know when the machine sounds confident but is wrong. How to think with it, not copy from it. How to be creative, curious, and so much more.
We were told the answer had to be right.
100 years ago, we thought that the only truth is the lines professors say.
Interesting.
But now?
Now the questions have to be good.
So the gears switch. Systems update. From writing everything down and memorizing it as the only truth to asking the right questions instead of knowing the right answers. This is not the first time something like this has happened. In 1996, Estonia launched Tiger Leap, a national leap that brought the internet into schools and reshaped how a whole country thought about learning. Tiger Leap wasn't really about computers. It was about mindset. And now, Estonia and the whole world stand at another leap. AI in every classroom, every question, every pocket. As systems continually change, what does it mean to learn and teach in the future? When knowledge is instantly available, what is the role of a teacher?
What is the role of a learner?
Are questions more important than answers?
Can curiosity become the most valuable skill?
How do we prepare minds for a world that is constantly changing, expanding, and connecting in ways we cannot yet imagine?
History has a way of repetition. That much we know. Myths and historical data confirm that everything goes around. Like the famous phoenix, a bird that burns itself to be reborn from its ashes, we are standing at a simple truth. The core of education is about the curiosity and creativity of the human mind.
Curiosity is also why a child will press the red button in a room immediately, every single time, even if the sign says do not press. And when the button is pressed, something new begins. Not chaos, not collapse, but learning.
But maybe that is not the essence of the problem. Maybe the problem isn't the red button at all. Maybe we've spent so much time trying to protect the world from change that we've forgotten something important. Change is not a surprise. It's a pattern. We don't need to predict the future in detail. We already understand its rhythm. Every generation has its red button. Every generation hesitates. And every generation presses it anyway. And what happens? The world does not end. It transforms.
Ideas collapse, new ones rise. We stumble, we learn. We rebuild and emerge wiser than before.
History has shown us this time and time again. We are not fragile creatures standing on the edge of disaster. We are adaptive minds, capable of growth.
So perhaps the task is not to guard the button. Perhaps the task is to prepare the hand.
To teach courage instead of caution alone. To teach thinking instead of memorizing. To teach responsibility alongside freedom.
If we know the button will be pressed, then let us make sure the ones who press it understand the weight of it, the wonder of it, and the possibility within it.
Because the future doesn't belong to the most cautious. It belongs to the most curious.
As the world shifts, expands, and reshapes itself once more, let us remember.
Education is not about preventing change. It's about preparing minds to shape it.
This was really amazing. I would even say excellent. You know, everything you saw here has been tested on me. I was in 10th grade when Tiger Leap started, but my first computer was a bit smaller than this one, and it was called Juku. Some of probably Estonians do know what I mean. And here we are. I would like to invite on the stage now the Minister of Education and Research of Estonia, Kristina Kallas, to tell you a little bit more about Estonian education and how it has changed throughout the time. Please.
It has indeed changed over time. When I was listening to this theater play about the curiosity, I remember I went to school in Soviet times and I was punished for curiosity. I remember that curiosity was considered not a thing the child is supposed to have. The child is supposed to follow the instructions of the teacher. And my parents were invited to school because the complaint was that she's asking too many questions during the lesson. Thank God we are not there anymore with our education system. But allow me 15 minutes to introduce you Estonian education system, because you do the school visits and this is a context for you if you go and visit the schools. For those of you who don't know Võib-olla that much statistics, Estonia is a very small country. We have a population of 1.3 million. We speak Estonian language as the official language, as a majority of population speaks this as a native language, but we have other languages spoken in this country. The second largest is Russian, spoken by 25% of our citizens. This is the language they speak at home. And also Ukrainian. And Ukrainian language has become a second dominant language in this country over the past 4 years. We are EU NATO member, but we are also digitally governed. So 100% of our services that government provides to the citizens is online. So it's a digitally governed, fully digitally governed country. That's very important when we talk about education as well. We think we have a very good education system, but we have had a very bumpy road to what we call the resilience in education. Estonian education story started long before our state came into being. So we are the nation, maybe together with our colleagues from neighboring Latvia, that had education system first, and this education system was the one that gave birth to the state. So back in 16th century, under the Swedish king rule, we established, or by the decree of the Swedish king, peasant schools were established. When people started going to the schools in 1860s, that was made comprehensive compulsory schooling. And under the Russian Empire, we were the provinces that had almost full literacy rate already at the end of the 19th century. So education system was very widespread. People had a high literacy rate. And that was very good starting point for resilience in terms of the education attainment. Then came the Estonian Republic, the state. The state was created by the school principals and teachers and journalists and writers. So if in many other stories it was lawyers and traders who were the founders of a country and a nation, in our case it was teachers and school principals. Then in 1944, when Soviet occupation started, yes, there was an ideological replacement in our school curricula very strongly, but something else also happened. A parallel school system in Russian language was established on Estonian territory. So we had this historical Estonian schools, and then the Soviet regime also created a Russian school. This Russian school was run from Moscow. It was not under the Ministry of Education of Tallinn. It was under the Ministry of Education of Russian Federation, with the Russian Federation curricula, with the teachers from Russian Federation, with the students immigrating from there. Everything was in Russian. And I lived in a small town in Estonia with 50% Russian, 50% Estonian population. We had those two schools in my hometown. I went to Estonian school, but we had this Russian school next door, 500 meters from each other. I knew nobody from those Russian schools during my school years. We had almost no contact. They studied 10 years, we studied 11 years. We had a completely different curricula, they had a completely different curricula. So that's how the two parallel systems were established during the Soviet times. So when in 1991 the Soviet Union collapsed, Estonia had 100 of those schools in our territory. And we started step by step, slowly integrating those schools into Estonian education system. First, we took over the management of those schools from Moscow under the Tallinn Ministry of Education. We replaced the curricula with Estonian curricula, but the language remained Russian as a language of instruction. And for 35 years, this has been a story of long story of integrating those Russian schools into Estonian language of instruction and into Estonian education system. Now we are in a last phase, I hope the last phase of integration of those schools, and you will visit those schools as well. You can choose and see how they are doing. So in 1991, again, there was another interruption in education system where we had to replace Soviet curricula with Estonian curricula. We actually pretty much copied our very good neighbors, Finland. We just looked at your curricula and did what the smart thing you have done in your education, decentralized the education system by giving schools to run by the communities, because they were in Soviet system, they were run by the state. So it was decentralization, and also establishing very quickly new curricula. And in 1996, 1997, we started the Tiger Leap program, which you just saw on the stage here. Due to this fast reforms that we did in early 1990s and also in 2000s, we already had a technology in the classrooms quite early, and our EdTech sector, education technology sector, started developing very fast. So this is our long but bumpy road to the education system that we have today. Estonia has a comprehensive education system. That means that from the age 1.5, where the preschool starts, it's not compulsory, but the local governments are obliged to provide preschool positions to each child who has reached 18 months, which is 1.5. It's not for free. There is a parental contribution, but it's very small. It's around 5 to 10%, sometimes maximum 15% of the cost. So it's very affordable. Preschool finishes at the age of 7, and then the compulsory education starts at the age of 7. We have an equity system, which means that equity-based system, children are assigned to the school that is closest to their address. So they go all to the same school based on their residence. Basic education is from age 7 to age 16, so it's 9 years. And there is a secondary education that is divided between general academic secondary and vocational secondary education until the age of 19. Actually, it's pretty late when kids graduate from the secondary school. And then there is a university education or continuous vocational education, bachelor degree, master's degree, and PhD. Just in numbers, it's very small. As you see, we have 484 schools. That's very, very small number of schools. They are mostly run by local governments, so we have only very few state-run schools. Local governments mostly means local communities that are running the schools. And also we have 28 VET institutions, vocational educational institutions, and in higher education we have 6 public universities and 1 private university, and 7 what we call applied higher education institutions, and 1 private applied higher education institution. It's a small education system. Due to its smallness, it's very agile. It's very quickly adapts to the change that is coming from outside. What we consider that is the 6 pillars of our resilience in our education system, why we are adaptable to the change from outside of the society, is those 6 things that we consider to be strengths. First, the mentality, aim high and work hard mindset. Our curriculum is quite demanding and it requires hard work, and that's what is expected also in school. That sometimes, of course, students complain, teachers complain about overload, but this is a strong basis of academic knowledge and skills learning is the way approach it, that aim high and work hard. We are very convinced and sure that the big autonomy that we have within our education system is a basis of the resilience of that system. Because when COVID happened and the schools had to adjust very quickly to what you just saw here, it was a little bit mess in the first weeks of schooling, But since it's a very autonomous system, the schools were very quick to adapt and to adjust to the pandemic times. They didn't have to wait for any instructions from anybody apart from school community coming together and deciding how to go. So we think autonomy is a very important part. Evidence-based and equity-promoting governance, the comprehensive school where equity, the fact that we don't see until age of 16 any division among children, whether in specialization or based on academic skills. They are all in the same comprehensive system together, and only at the age of 16 we are giving them the academic choices that they are based on their academic capacities and capabilities. Diversity, you will see also in school visits, we have a very, very diverse school network. We have schools where we have only 5 children. In some of the islands, we have schools, we have 2,000 children. We have schools that are community schools, public schools that use Montessori, and then we have schools that have a very academic rigor system. So they are very, very diverse, and the parents can choose the schools. And now, for me, the most important element, early childhood. We do really believe that the reasons why our 15-year-olds are really performing well in PISA tests is because what we do with them when they are 1.5 years old. What happens in a preschool and in early childhood. This is a fundamental part of our education system, and we are very, very convinced that this focus on self-regulation skills and social emotional skills in early age is building the strong foundations. And of course, digital technologies, smart and wise way of integrating digital technologies into the system. Yes, we are usually the first ones to do it, but we are not really rushing in terms of into unknown territories. We quite often have this balance and careful approach to the technology in the classroom. But because of the big autonomy of the teachers, they quite often are the ones that decide how they integrate technology into the learning process. We have several ongoing reforms. First of all, we are extending compulsory learning to upper secondary. Until this academic year, the compulsory schooling finished at age 16 with a basic education. Starting from this academic year, students have to continue after the basic education to the secondary level, whether this is vocational secondary or academic secondary, but they have to continue. We also have this transition to Estonian language of instruction in all Russian schools, or the former, let's call them former Russian schools. They have a very gradual reform where they have to go step by step, transiting into full Estonian language of instruction by 2033. So this is a long process with maintaining Russian as a mother tongue instruction lessons for the children whose mother tongue is Russian. Also for the Ukrainian kids, we are providing Ukrainian as a mother tongue lessons in schools because we think that mother tongue instruction is an important element of child's growth and learning. We have early childhood education, small reform because we had a parallel private system of early childhood education that was not supported by curricula and education professionals. Now we have joined private and public system into one system. It's publicly funded. It can be run by the private institution. It doesn't have to be public institution, but it's publicly funded system. So now that we widen the access to early childhood and introduced also revised new curricula. And then many other reforms on vocational education, AI Leap that you have already also heard from the president, and the teacher retention aspirations that we really have, but we can talk about this maybe later. I want to stress also in my presentation that we really feel also in Estonia that with the arrival of artificial intelligence, the humans have really been put under the evolutionary pressure. This is sort of pushing us to change the way we learn in terms of what is the learning process, how we go through the school. Memorization is still also important. You have to know your facts and you have to know your mathematical thinking and multiplication tables and percentages, how to calculate percentages. That's also important. Knowledge is important. But thinking, and we feel that it's not, the evolutionary pressure by the technology is not about the ability to run fast, read text or science, it's about to think, think faster, think more systematically and more creatively, and education is under that pressure. So we have to change the way we teach and what kind of skills children acquire. And these skills of what we call higher order cognitive skills have to be acquired already on the earlier age than has been before, because AI is just pushing us to do that. So in Estonia, two things. First of all, our nature. You will see it around here. We brought Estonian nature to you into this building, just to you to understand how important that is for our own understanding and for our resilience as a nation, and our education. This is our two things that we consider that have always shaped our resilience through the times that have been very difficult sometimes for our nation. And as we said, our resilience in education comes from this evolutionary leap to consciously train many people as possible to be in this constant flow of higher cognitive skills, of deeper thinking, faster thinking, and already from rather early age compared to the previous centuries. So this is an introduction into the story of how we, what education system we have and how we see it. Thank you.
Our host country grand opening is over. Thank you for following and taking the time also to listen a little bit about our education and its good and its journey throughout the time. Now it is time for, guess what? Lunch. And then we continue with ISTP 26 official opening session. It's going to be upstairs, so if you move out from here, then you have to go to the second floor, to the plenary hall. I'm sure you will find it because everyone will move that way. I'm going to see you there exactly 1:30. Do not be late, right? Thank you.
How to switch gears in education.
Do you mean bicycle, car, or civilization?
Civilization.
Switching gears requires friction.
Can we skip the friction?
Negative. Even Wi-Fi needs resistance.
Are we late?
You are always exactly on time. History just likes costume changes. System upgrading. Please keep teaching.
Excellencies, colleagues, friends, welcome to Tallinn and welcome to the International Summit of Teaching Profession 2026. Tere tulemast, as we say in Estonian. ISTP 26 is hosted by Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Education and Research and Estonian Education Personnel Union and co-hosted by OECD and Education International. My name is Alar Karis and I'm also Estonian, but with a global mindset, therefore in front of you today trying to build bridges in an international event. And you know what? I also had good grades at school, but not because I was smart, which of course I was, but also because I had good teachers. Therefore, I am dedicating this moderator's role at this summit to all the teachers in my life. Thank you for your dedicated work. ISTP is a unique space. It brings together ministers, teacher union leaders, and education system leaders to listen, challenge, and learn from one another. Over the next 3 days, we will focus on shared question. How do we ensure that teaching remains a profession that is fit for the future learning environment? This year's theme, Switching Gears, Teachers and Learners in the Future Learning Environment, invites us to be honest about what must change and deliberate about what must be protected. Before we move fully into the program, let me say a few words about how we will work together. ISTP has a very clear format. It is structured and carefully timed, and that is intentional. It allows us all from many countries to meet on equal footing. But my role here is less formal within formalities. My task is to help to create a space where within this structure, genuine conversation can take place. Because meaningful action can only formal when challenges are discussed openly. And our shared responsibility is to turn those conversations into actions that improve our education systems. I will try to be a bridge builder between different perspectives. I will also try to be your daily vitamin dose, helping you to stay awake and energized. Does that suit? Good. You know, the reason this summit exists is actually deeply human. It exists because teaching is a human profession, because learning is a human experience, and because education systems only work when the people inside them are valued. So I hope we all keep that in mind over the coming days. We are here in our professional roles, but first and foremost, we are here as human beings, working together to ensure that teaching profession is able to do what it's meant to do, to help our children grow, learn, and prepare for the future they will inherit. With that spirit, let us begin. But how exactly? We need to follow some ground rules. I know you all love those rules. First, timing matters. I will be quite attentive to the clock, not to be strict for the sake of it, but because staying on time is a way of respecting one another and allowing us as many voices as possible into the conversation. So when you take your intervention, these should not exceed more than 2 minutes unless it is prior given to you. And if you want 2 people from a delegation to speak, you need to be able to split the time between the 2 of you. Keep that in mind. You will have screens in front of you. You will also see the clock ticking, so no pressure. But anyway, this will help us to have a dynamic exchange of thoughts. So if we remain on time as agreed, I might give you some extra time on the second round. So it all depends on you. Secondly, a very important word about confidentiality and openness. We have 2 open sessions. One is the opening, another is closing. And open and closing are also open to the audience outside this space. So welcome everyone who are watching the broadcast of the opening session. But we have also 3 thematic sessions, and these are closed, and the Chatham House rule principle applies. I'm sure you all know what that means, so I'm not gonna explain it further. Everything said here cannot be quoted. You can share photos of the event, of course, just don't comment that this person said that, as simple as that. So, to ensure that we all agree on these rules, and take the responsibility to be concise, be respectful of time, and feel free to speak openly, we must agree on it. And it just can't be me telling you, right? So you need to own this. So I want to make a contract with all of you. It's going to be a 50-50 contract. Success of ISTP 2026 relies 50% on me, because I have the power over the timer. But 50% is on you, because you see that timer. So what do you say? Shall we shake hands on it? And let's really do it. So shake a hand with the person next to you and say, I promise to stay on time. I promise. And then to the other side as well. Yes, I promise to stay on time.
I'll try.
Okay. You are very good students. You learn fast. Thank you. So now that you have signed the contract, I will keep that in mind. Before we turn fully to the work ahead, I'd like us to pause and look back at what ISTP 25 gave us. It was hosted by Iceland under the name Quality Education, the Key to Prosperity and Well-being. Across the 3 core discussions, countries were clear-eyed about the pressures facing education systems, from teacher shortages and workload, to widening inequities, declining well-being, and the rapid advance of digital technologies and the AI. Crucially, ISTP 25 was not only about discussion, but also about commitments. Countries left Reykjavik with concrete national commitments for 25 to 26. Many of you have sent in progress reports. Thank you for that. And our rapporteur, Tore Sorensen, who is sitting next to me here, has actually read them all, analyzed, and summarized. So we encourage you to have a look at this summary, because it demonstrates the breadth and variety of approaches in different countries when it comes to the issues of challenges facing the education system and the teaching profession. This report is freshly uploaded to ISTP 26 website, so please do read it. And if anything there inspires you, please find that country delegation during the break and ask how they achieved it. Copy-pasting cross borders is totally allowed if it helps to improve education. ISTP 25 would not have been possible without Iceland's thoughtful and values-driven hosting. On behalf of all participants, I would like to warmly thank Iceland for making ISTP 25 both meaningful and impactful. Takk. Apologies for my limited Icelandic. But with that, let's turn to what brings us together this year. We are switching gears. ISTP 26 is very much about looking ahead, about asking, what does teaching and learning need to look like as our classrooms, societies, and technologies continue to change? For this summit, we have agreed 3 sub-themes that will guide our discussions over the coming days. First, we will look at the evolving teaching profession. We know that expectations of teachers are changing fast, often faster than the systems around them. This theme focuses on how the role of teachers is evolving, how careers in teaching can be supported and sustained, and what is needed to ensure that teaching remains an attractive profession in the future. But this is not only about changing expectations of teachers. It is a two-way street. Expectations towards teachers are evolving, and so are expectations towards teaching and learning. Second, we turn to the autonomy of educators and school leadership. Across many systems, we hear the same message: trust matters. This theme explores how professional autonomy for teachers and school leaders supports better decision-making, stronger learning environments, and greater ownership of change. It also asks how autonomy can be balanced with accountability in ways that genuinely support quality and equity. And we have a third theme. We will address artificial intelligence and educational technology. Digital tools and AI are already part of everyday life in schools. The key question is no longer whether they will be used, but how. I would like everyone to raise a hand if you somehow used any kind of AI tool to prepare for this summit. Oh, we have some work to do, I see. So that's, you see, that's the clear message to us. Why do we need to discuss this? But under this theme, we will discuss how technology can support learning, reduce unnecessary workload, and enhance professional practice, while keeping human relationships, ethical considerations, and equity firmly at the center. Taking all this together, these 3 themes invite us to think seriously about the future learning environment, one that values professional judgment, adapts to change thoughtfully, and keeps both teachers and learners at the heart of the system. This is the conversation we begin today. But behind every smooth conversation, there is a great deal of hard work. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to preparing this summit. I also want to thank those 25 educational institutions that have opened their doors to us. Many of you already visited some of them, and you will do some more. And in forthcoming session, I would also like to hear some of the feedback from you if you saw anything that was intriguing or perhaps inspiring to you. I think it's enough of me talking. To introduce our first welcoming speech, I'd like to share a small, short observation. Recently, I was involved in a sociological research across Estonia and asking people a simple question. What gives you hope for a better future? Do you know what one of the most common answers was? Better education and more knowledge. And that perhaps is the best explanation for why we are meeting here in Tallinn. With that, it is my honor to give a word to Kristina Kallas, Minister of Education and Research of Estonia. Please.
Thank you, Annika. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, guests, I think there are a number of global challenges in education that we all share. Education today looks very different from how many parents remember it and from how teachers and educators themselves experienced it. Technology is now everywhere, in the classroom, in the school corridor walls, and in children's pockets. It has reshaped how we communicate, how we work, and how we access information. Information also moves instantly, and global events shape classrooms across countries and cultures. Global economic inequalities, environmental pressures, and social and political tensions increasingly reach children through media at a very young age. The world children are growing into is changing faster than many school systems can keep up with. In this environment of constant change and a permanent flow of instant information, schools are still expected to build strong academic skills, but also to support well-being, teach digital responsibility, and prepare students for jobs that may not yet exist. How are our education systems doing today, considering this whirlwind of change? So, I would say. We have come out of pandemic with a decline in children's mental well-being and academic skills and knowledge. But the decline in academic skills across the developed world reveals a deeper and more worrying trend, with only a few exceptions that give us hope. Our education systems no longer work necessarily as social elevators for children from families with lower educational attainment in previous generations. In Europe, our education systems also fail many immigrant students. Immigrant students are roughly twice as likely to be low performers as non-immigrant students. The gap in test scores can be as large as one full academic year in mathematics, reading, or science. Based on research on the education premium, this corresponds to about 8 to 10% lower lifetime earnings. And this is a vicious circle that goes around. Let me introduce Mark. He's 8 years old, lives here in Tallinn, not far from where we are right now. His home language is not Estonian, although his family has always lived here. As a second grader, he often struggles with his schoolwork, and his parents can rarely help him with it. Based on his gender, he is a boy, his socioeconomic background, his place of residence, and his home language, the statistical probability of him reaching tertiary education or achieving stable lifelong income is low. Mark is not actually a real person, but I have invited him to every meeting we have in the ministry when we must make policy choices. I always ask my team, how would this decision help Mark? Our education systems are only as strong as the outcomes they produce for the most vulnerable students. We gather every year as leaders of high-performing education systems to discuss the challenges our systems face. And this year, we invite you to reflect on 3 issues that I believe shape resilient education systems: the central role of teachers, the professional integrity and autonomy of school leaders and teachers, and the wise integration of AI into the learning process. Teachers remain central to learning. And let me stress this one more time, because I have seen opinions circulating globally that say otherwise. I'm stressing one more time, teachers remain central to learning, and I believe that we will need more teachers, not fewer, in the future. But their role has shifted from being the primary source of information to guiding students in how to think deeply, think critically, ask questions, and apply knowledge. Today, teachers help children develop reading, language, and problem-solving skills. They help them learn how to use digital tools responsibly, build attention and emotional resilience, work collaboratively with others, and understand global issues at an age-appropriate level. To perform these tasks well, teachers need professional agency. They thrive in environments where they can make pedagogical decisions about how to teach, how to interact with students, and how to design learning processes for each child. This is our second topic of discussion at this summit, the autonomy of educators. I believe our policies will increasingly need to be built on trust. Trust in educational institutions, in schools and teachers, in students and in communities. We still do not know enough about how trust is built in education or how it is sustained over time. But I learned last month from Professor Michalinos Zembilas at the ministerial meeting in Cyprus that what often undermines teachers' agency are scripted curricula, efficiency as the only goal, excessive performance management tools, and most importantly, situations where teachers are expected simply to implement external mandates. Teachers need 3 things from policymakers, he reminded us. First, trust in their professional judgment. Second, time to collaborate deeply with colleagues and communities. And third, recognition of their ethical and emotional labor, reflected not only in awards once a year, but also in working conditions. It was very wise words, and it made me think how much we actually build those elements into policies when we talk about teaching profession. And at the time of great uncertainty, building trust may be the most promising way to advance teaching profession. And now I come to our third discussion focus, that's AI. The issue of trust frames the major disruption that has arrived in education, and I call it disruption because this technology really disrupts lots of things. It's a general purpose, generative artificial intelligence. I emphasize 2 aspects here intentionally. These systems are general purpose and they are generative. Both matter for education. General purpose AI is not designed to enhance thinking or learning skills. It is designed to provide solutions and answers. Large language models reduce some cognitive load for humans, but the question remains, does this also reduce our ability to learn and think? There is still much we do not know about general purpose AI, but this time we must adapt as we go, rather than relying on the traditional cycle of evidence gathering and impact studies. The pace at which AI technologies are developing makes it increasingly difficult to say with confidence what works in which context and with what effect. This is unfamiliar terrain even for researchers. The second characteristic is that this technology is generative. It generates information, knowledge, and images. Never before in human history have machines been able to do this at such scale. The technologies of my generation accelerated the gathering and sharing of information, but they did not create it. This raises many profound questions for humanity and especially for education. Human reality and consciousness are built on human-produced knowledge and human-produced communication. For example, mathematics itself is a human-created system of thought, a product of human cognition. But imagine that there is another system of thought, independent of humans, not fully controlled by humans, that begins to shape our understanding of the world, even mathematical thinking. And that system is generative AI, and our children already use it to learn about the world. For educators, this presents a challenge at the level of human evolution. In the era of generative AI, we must ensure that humans learn to think before they rely on AI. This means moving the development of deep thinking and higher order cognitive skills to much earlier stages in education. And this is a challenge we face with AI in education, and we are already on a very fast track. And I invite you to explore this challenge together in our third session. And dear colleagues, these are ideas, maybe sketches of the challenges we must tackle together. But people do not follow ideas alone. I have never actually seen people follow an idea by itself. People follow people who carry ideas and who lead the way. The ideas we carry as policymakers therefore matter. If we carry fear and desire to control the unknown, school leaders, teachers, parents, and students will probably not follow us. But if we carry hope, belief in growth and vision of opportunity, then people will follow. In these times of great uncertainty, there is too little hope carried by leaders these days. And my wish for this summit is that we leave this summit with carrying ideas of hope and opportunity. Welcome once again to my beloved Estonia, and I look forward to our discussions.
Thank you very much, Minister Kallas, for these words. And echoing to what you just said, I really do agree and believe that the world needs more strong visionary leaders who not only show the way, but are also brave enough to take the decisions that sometimes are extremely hard to take. But we have another co-host of this summit, and that is Estonian Education Personnel Union. Therefore, I am pleased to welcome Mr. Reemo Boltri, the president of the union, to open the summit as well.
Thank you, Annika. Good afternoon, esteemed trade union leaders, ministers, moderator, and all participants and guests. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here to Tallinn, in Tallinn on behalf of the Estonian Educational Personnel Union, the trade union representing education workers in Estonia. I have personally participated in the international summit on the teaching profession since 2014. The Estonian national delegation has taken part in practically every ICTP since the very first summit. Each summit has had its own distinct character and has offered inspiring discussions and meetings. In my view, on the most important parts of the summit in the moment when within each national delegation, ministers and trade union leaders with delegation members sit down together and jointly set 3 concrete goals that their country's education system should aim to achieve within the coming year. Each year also provides an opportunity to evaluate and look back on whether the goals set the previous year were actually accomplished. Looking back at the agreement made by our own delegation in previous year, I am pleased to say that we have indeed implemented what we agreed upon. For example, starting this March, a teacher career model has come into effect in Estonia. It is something that teachers here have not previously had. Such a collaborative process helps to keep education policy within a framework of meaningful dialogue and shared responsibility. I hope that good ideas will once again emerge together this year. In many ways, the challenges we face are very similar from country to country. In Estonia, for example, one of the most pressing issues in education is this shortage of teachers. How do we attract young people to the profession, and how do we retain the education professionals we already have? What role does the autonomy of school leaders play in the equation? After all, we know that a well-led educational institution is an important precondition for teachers to feel good in their working environment. Naturally, the rapid rise of artificial intelligence also presents challenges in the educational landscape. We are working to ensure that AI becomes a smart companion for every student, supporting their learning rather than doing the work for them. I know that different countries have integrated artificial intelligence into the learning process in different ways, and the ICTP offers an excellent opportunity to share those experiences. I feel proud that such an important meeting is taking place in Estonia this time. In Estonia, education has traditionally been held in very high regard. I am particularly pleased that, despite the ongoing war of aggression, the Ukrainian delegation is also there with today. Estonia has stood and continues to stand firmly with Ukraine, and your presence, dear Ukrainian colleagues, reminds us how important and role education plays in shaping the future of a nation. Speaking of cooperation, the organization of the ICTP has been a good example of the smooth collaboration we have achieved with the Estonian Ministry of Education and Research and Education International. I would also like to acknowledge other important partners whose substantive contribution to the program has been significant, including the University of Tartu and Tallinn University, where our future teachers are educated, the Estonian Association of School Leaders, the EdTech community, and EI Leap program, whose director participates in ISTP too. Such joint efforts show that a strong education system is built a partnership. I sincerely hope that this spirit of partnership will continue in the future and that we will also see greater recognition of the value of the teaching profession at the national level in Estonia. After all, Estonia's strong education system and excellent learning outcomes are based above all the professionalism and dedication of our teachers. I wish you inspiring ideas and thoughtful, well-argued discussions at this year's ISTP in Tallinn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Voltri. The OECD has been a founding partner of ISTP, providing evidence, comparative insight, and a global perspective on the teaching profession. And therefore, we are honored to receive a welcoming message from Mr. Matthias Cormann, Secretary General of the OECD, and he joins us through video welcome. Please.
Dear Minister Kristina, Kallas, ministers, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends all, a very warm welcome to this 2026 International Summit on the teaching profession. Thank you to Estonia for hosting us and to Education International and the Estonian Educational Personnel Union for co-organizing this summit together with the OECD. Teachers play a fundamental role in building a better future for our young people, our economies and our societies. The OECD's latest Teaching and Learning International Survey, released last year, shows that teaching continues to attract individuals who are highly motivated by a strong sense of purpose. On average, 62% of teachers report that influencing the next generation and making a worthwhile social contribution are of high importance to them in their profession. But while they have a strong level of commitment, teachers today face several challenges as classrooms and education systems evolve. Our teachers need better support. Supporting our teachers to empower them to make the best use of new and emerging technologies. Supporting our teachers to enable them to provide more tailored support to students with diverse needs. Supporting our teachers by making the teaching profession more attractive. And supporting our teachers by much better managing the pressures caused by staff shortages as the teaching workforce continues to age. At the OECD, we provide the data and evidence-based analysis to help understand these challenges and to put the spotlight on them. And of course, to collect data and information on the experiences with different policy approaches in countries and jurisdictions around the world to help inform the development of evidence-based policy best practice. This 2026 edition of the International Summit on the Teaching Profession is an important opportunity to advance on three key priorities. Firstly, identifying the best available tools to empower teachers to use digital technologies and AI effectively. Our Teaching and Learning International survey shows that only 36% of teachers across OECD systems had used AI in their teaching in the last year. This is set to grow as new generative AI tools become more accessible, but to facilitate adoption, more investment is needed in initial teacher education and ongoing professional development. In Estonia, for example, the AI Leap initiative has engaged almost 5,000 upper secondary school teachers in training seminars to learn from their colleagues, to share best practices on using generative AI tools in the classroom. These efforts need to be complemented with clear guidelines to educators and students on the effective, responsible and appropriate use of generative AI in education. The challenge, as always, is to balance benefits and opportunity with risk, addressing issues like data privacy, bias, academic integrity, and safety when using generative AI in education, while encouraging innovation. The OECD is developing a new set of insights on the effective use of generative AI in education, focusing on how best to harness the benefits and opportunities flowing from generative AI in education. Second, addressing teacher shortages and making the teaching profession more attractive. In many education systems, attracting new teachers to the profession is quite challenging, while a growing number of teachers are leaving the profession. The average age of teachers across the OECD is now 45, and it is over 50 in Lithuania and Portugal. Recruiting more teachers from among people already in the workforce can help address teacher shortages and bring important new perspectives and experience. Indeed, our data shows that the percentage of second career teachers increased in 15 education systems between 2018 and 2024. In parallel, there are opportunities to improve the attractiveness of the profession for young people choosing a career. This includes addressing job insecurity among younger and novice teachers, and in many OECD jurisdictions, bringing teacher salaries closer to those of other professionals with a similar level of education. The next edition of the OECD Education at a Glance, to be released later this year, will provide new evidence of the drivers of teacher shortages across OECD countries and opportunities to tackle them. In addition, the 9th cycle of the Programme for International Student Assessment, PISA 2025, is currently underway, with results to be published later this year. Beyond student performance, this cycle will provide insights into learning environments and teachers' working conditions, helping countries to better understand how these factors shape student outcomes and merit-based equality of opportunity. Third, striking a balance between teacher autonomy and accountability. Our analysis highlights that balanced governance frameworks combining professional trust with clear standards and school leadership can empower teachers to adapt teaching practices to learners with different needs. They can also help maintain coherence and quality across education systems. In Slovenia, for example, a decade-long reform of upper secondary education has seen teachers gradually gain autonomy to shape their classroom practices while embedding accountability through shared strategic objectives. In conclusion, this summit offers an opportunity for a frank, evidence-based discussion on how to better support teachers, make the profession more attractive, and raise student achievement. My very best wishes for positive, productive, and successful dialogue over the next few days on translating these policy priorities into meaningful action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corman. I'm hoping you are watching our live broadcast so we can wave to you. Thank you for your welcoming message. Education International represents over 33 million teachers worldwide. That's quite a big number, isn't it? So the leadership of Education International ensures that ISTP remains grounded in the lived realities of the profession. Let's hear from Mr. David Edwards, Secretary General of Education International, how we assure that this time at ISTP. Please, floor is yours, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues and friends. On behalf of Education International, let me bring greetings of solidarity at a moment of geopolitical turmoil and fragmentation. I would be remiss if I did not mention EI's members in Iran that I just spoke with, who have already lost scores of students who just came to a place called school to learn. Millions others are now out of school, hunkering down in shelters and bunkers in fear of an uncertain future and terrifying present. We extend our solidarity to them, and we reiterate our call for a ceasefire and peace. And Remo mentioned our friends in Ukraine, and I remember only too well those 4 years ago when they first bravely ventured out to join us and continue to this day, despite relentless attacks and shelling. We stand with you and are all working as you work to teach the next generation that there is indeed a future worth educating towards. This is my 16th ISTP, and I am deeply grateful to Minister Kallas and her wonderful team here at the Estonian Ministry of Education for their leadership and commitment to this important gathering. You have not only picked up the mantle of host, you have invested great care and effort in creating an agenda and program that demonstrates why so many are eager to learn from you. And that emotional opening, which was created and performed by young people, will stay with me for a long time. And what you learned from that ministerial in Cyprus was indeed very wise. I also extend greetings to EI's Estonian member organization, the Estonian Education Personnel Union, for their engagement in this process and for hosting us so wonderfully last evening for our teachers' briefing. And of course, I want to also thank our long-term partner, the OECD, and particularly Andreas and his team for partnering with us and helping to make ISTP one of the preeminent, substantive, and constructive global education events every year. As a community of purpose dedicated to furthering an informed and constructive dialogue between ministers and teacher union leaders, the ISTP is indeed incredibly unique. And the arc of ISTP has gone from a discussion about the teaching profession to a dialogue among equals who realize that beyond speeches and promises, the hard work of imagining and improving relies on constructing relationships that are built on trust, collaborative professionalism at its core. And if I may quote the OECD background report, this is the magic of teaching, where teachers don't just transfer knowledge, but build relationships, where teachers understand their students, appreciate who they want to become, and accompany them on their journey. ISTP itself is a journey of purpose. Each delegation sets out with its own assumptions, challenges, and understandings. But ISTP allows us to locate ourselves and each other, map the terrain, share information on dead ends, and indeed change gears. In some countries, we know that the only opportunity for an informed dialogue between teacher union leaders, those elected to represent the profession, and ministers of education happen at the ISTP. This year, our Estonian hosts have structured an important and forward-looking agenda so that we can discuss and identify areas of work globally as well as when we return home to our national realities. These country commitments matter because the ISTP is not an end in itself. And EI member organizations will not be surprised to hear me refer to the fact that the current moment requires the teaching profession to go from knowledge workers to organized wisdom workers. And for that to occur, we need to address the issues on the agenda as more than a transactional undertaking. The world indeed has a 44 million teacher shortage, and we know from Tallis and our own IBEST survey that teachers do not enjoy the same status, support, pay, respect, and autonomy equally. We also know that as big tech companies are once again seeking to carry out a massive experiment on our students in real time without evidence of efficacy or benefit, we have more than a role to play. We have a responsibility to engage. As wisdom workers, we distill what we know through our individual and collective experience and our shared human values. As content and pedagogical experts, we know the importance of having the time for continuous learning, reflection, and research. And as students of developmental psychology, we know the importance of caring human relationships for healthy attachments, as well as supporting our students' socio-emotional development to foster empathy and curiosity, to make learning meaningful. In the context of a loneliness epidemic and an arms race for generative AI and attention, we need to make wise choices about what we adopt and what we stop. We have an opportunity to develop a more humanistic type of AI literacy and fluency for teachers, policymakers, and students. But we have to engage honestly and avoid simplistic camps that reinforce our prior biases the way sycophantic algorithms are designed to. Estonia's President Karis spoke of the fact that we want to strengthen the human relationship between teachers and students, and that to do that, we have to focus on building trust through systems that can learn and adapt so we can have the resilient and democratic societies that our world so desperately needs. On behalf of Education International, welcome to the 16th ISTP. It is a truly unique point in our journey, and we are committed to moving forward and learning together to meet this moment with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Are you all awake? Just checking? Okay, moment for vitamin. Smile to each other. Hi, we're still here? Very good. Before I'm going to introduce our next speaker, I will kindly ask you to find headphones from your table, because you might need those for translation. For Estonia, as the host country, it was very important to invite Ukraine to join us today. At a time when Ukraine continues to face Russia's full-scale aggression war, we believe it is essential to keep Ukraine visibly and meaningfully present in international discussions. It is remarkable that despite the ongoing war, Ukraine continues to carry forward important education reforms, including the transformation of general education through the new Ukrainian School Initiative and renewed attention to teacher development. It is now my great honor to invite the Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine, Mr. Oksen Lisovy, to address the summit. Interestingly, before becoming minister, Mr. Lisovy himself worked as a school teacher, giving him first-hand understanding of the role, needs, and challenges of the teaching profession. He will deliver his remarks in Ukrainian, but I see you are all prepared for that. Minister Lisovy, please.
Дякую дуже. Шановна пані міністерко, дорога Крістіно, шановні колеги-міністри, педагоги, лідери професійних спільнот, я надзвичайно вдячний за можливість бути тут голосом української освіти. Мені рідко випадає нагода бувати за кордоном, тому що здебільшого всі мої відрядження лежать в іншому напрямку, вони спрямовані на схід, на південь, на північ моєї країни. І тиждень тому я був в одному із міст українського Донбасу, у великому індустріальному місті Краматорськ, у новій збудованій нами підземній школі, яку ми збудували за 8 місяців. Я зустрічався в цій підземній школі з вчителями, які протягом 4 років війни продовжують працювати зі своїми учнями, що все ще залишаються в місті Краматорську. Я дивився в їхні очі і бачив у них тривогу, і бачив якусь невластиву раніше для них стурбованість. І спочатку я подумав, що це тому, що під час нашої зустрічі по місту працювала російська ствольна артилерія, і нам крізь товщину ґрунту і бетону в підземній школі були чути глухі удари. Але коли ми почали розмову, з'ясувалося, що їх хвилює зовсім інше. Вони стурбовані тим, що в засобах масової інформації обговорюється один із сценаріїв, в якому ми відмовляємося від Донбасу, передаємо його Росії. Вони схвильовані тим, що 4 роки, які вони вперто і віддано залишаються поруч зі своїми учнями в своєму рідному місті, можуть перетворитися на марні зусилля. Адже вони могли покинути своє місто ще 4 роки тому. Проте вони не зробили цього, тому що розуміли, що якщо поїдуть вчителі, то закриються школи. Якщо перестануть працювати школи, з міста поїдуть родини, які все ще залишаються там, проявляючи неймовірну стійкість. Вірність і відданість цих педагогів своїй справі вражає і захоплює. Я хочу впевнено сказати, що кордони свободи і демократії в Європі пролягають там, де стоїть український військовий і український вчитель. Бо український військовий захищає не квадратні кілометри, а людей, що живуть на них. Людей, які сповідують певні цінності і навчають цих цінностей своїх дітей. І ми не можемо зрадити цих людей. Тому ми, як уряд, будуємо сотні підземних шкіл вздовж лінії фронту. Тому ми інвестуємо в обладнання для шкільних лабораторій і в відбудову зруйнованих закладів освіти. І зараз я хочу подякувати всім вам, шановні колеги, бо кожна представлена тут країна робить свій внесок в цю велику і важливу справу. Проте не лише інвестиції в інфраструктуру є важливими для українських педагогів та нашої системи освіти. Зробити українську школу демократичною. зробити траєкторію зростання педагогів більш гнучкою, поліпшити соціальний статус педагога, висловити йому більше довіри, дати йому більше свободи та дати ефективніші інструменти для його роботи – це те, на що спрямовані наші реформи. Глибокі і системні реформи, які ми проводимо під час війни. І я знову хочу подякувати вам, шановні колеги, бо ми користуємося вашим досвідом, вашою експертизою, а також вашою фінансовою підтримкою наших реформ. І окрема подяка і Маріусу Корману, і Генеральному секретарю ЕСР за всю підтримку, яку ми отримуємо від організації, а також окрема тепла вдячність вже нашому великому другу Андреасу Шляйхеру. Знаєте, дуже часто я чую, чи варто проводити реформи під час війни, чи варто інвестувати в освіту, коли під загрозою саме існування держави, коли кожного дня гинуть люди. Я відповідаю, що там, де немає якісної освіти, не буде ні свободи, ні демократії, за які ми боремось. Не буде технологій і інновацій, щоб захистити їх. Не буде процвітаючої економіки і добробуту, про які ми мріємо. Але головне, найголовніше, не буде миру. Бо саме вчитель формує ціннісні орієнтири і закладає в людині широкий світогляд та глибоке світосприйняття. Без його якісної роботи суспільство і народи схильні шукати простих рішень, дрейфуючи в бік автократії, шукати простих відповідей на складні запитання. І тільки питання часу, коли нація, яка не інвестувала в вчителя та умови, в яких він працює, почне нести загрозу своїм сусідам. Тож, згадуючи вчорашній виступ нашого пана президента Алара Каріса, хочу сказати, ми пишаємося нашими воїнами, але ми хочемо бути країною, яка пишається своїми вчителями, щоб нашим сусідям було спокійно і безпечно поруч з нами. Дякую за увагу і дякую за підтримку.
Slava Ukraini. Thank you. I don't know if you noticed, but in addition to the Ukrainians, there was one more person here who understood this speech without having translation. Did you notice? She's sitting next to me. I just realized that she speaks Ukrainian. Wow. Let's move on. I hear there is a person who can be called the father of ISTP. His name is Andreas. So to frame our discussions for ISTP 26, OECD has prepared background document for it that you can also download from the website. But Andreas Schleicher will introduce what's written in there. He also bears the role of Director for Education and Skills at the OECD. Floor is yours, Mr. Schleicher.
Thank you so much, and if I can have the clicker for the slides.
That's useful.
Thank you, Anita, and let me first commend Estonia for the theme of the summit, switching gears. I think we all fear how the gap between what education provides and what societies expect these days is becoming wider every day. And switching gears doesn't mean throwing away the engine, which is always about the human heart in education. It means thinking about space, time, people, technology, relationships in new ways. And let me start with, a few challenges. These days you hear a lot about teacher shortages. Look at Austria, where the vacancy right now exceeds 4%, But what we tend to overlook is that many economic sectors face even bigger workforce changes than teachers. Look at the red bar. So don't wait for a spaceship that brings you new teachers. Like other sectors, we've got to find ways to advance education without adding more people. Add to this that the work of the teachers is becoming more challenging. In most countries, our Kallas survey shows that classroom discipline worsens. Here you see the disruption in rising since 2018. More students are diagnosed with special needs. Look at New Zealand, where that share rose from 20% in 2018 to 80% in 22. Now, those figures do not mean that the number of students with special needs is actually quadrupled. Now, what they often signal is that societies have become more aware and more demanding what it means to deal with special students. And then there are more refugees. You know, look at Czechia, where that share was 4% in 2018 and is now 20 times as high. And you can be sure that every global conflict that we see is going to end up at the doorsteps of your classrooms. So how are teachers coping? You know, when you listen to the media, you often get the impression that teachers are overworked, frustrated, leaving the profession, but, you know, that's not what the data say. In some countries, job satisfaction is actually increased, in some it has declined, but in most countries, 3/4 of teachers are actually happy with their job, despite the challenges they face. There's enormous goodwill and resilience in the teaching profession. And if you want to attract more people into teaching, money alone doesn't get you very far. In fact, you see no relationship between teacher salaries and job satisfaction. In Austria, teachers are well paid and, you know, very happy. In Latvia, they are poorly paid and unhappy, easy to understand. But, you know, in Romania, teachers are not well paid and happy. And in Australia or Norway, they are very well paid, but not very happy. So you cannot buy happy teachers. Money is always an extrinsic demotivator. If you don't pay teachers properly, they're going to run away. But money is rarely an intrinsic motivator. Now, you need to think much more about work organization, much more about work culture and social capital if you want to make teaching more attractive. So what drives teacher job satisfaction? Well, you know, teachers feeling valued by students matters a lot more than salaries. A good relationship with the principal, huge driver of job satisfaction. So investment in leadership really pays off. No? Work organization, culture matter even more. Employment conditions, and that's something, you know, policy has full control over. And then nothing can top the impact of relationship with parents. No? In a nutshell, job satisfaction is largely about work organization and social capital. Let's look at workload. You know, clearly teachers work a lot. You know, in Japan, it's over 50 hours per week. On average across OECD countries, 41 hours. But again, you need to look at this in the bigger picture. And in most countries, other college-educated workers work at least as much as teachers, if not more. Look at the red bar here. So once again, that picture will not go away. And work pressures can cause stress. Now, some countries have seen a modest rise in stress since 2018. Others have seen a modest decline. In most countries, the share of teachers who experience a lot of stress at their work remains about 20%. But, you know, you have Canada, Australia, New Zealand, almost double that share now. And numbers keep rising. It gets interesting when you look at the drivers of teacher stress. You know, the link between teaching hours and stress is actually quite modest. No? Work with students is not the main driver of stress. The big drivers of stress have much more to do with marking tests or paperwork, things that teachers do not perceive as adding value to their mission. Let me turn to the second theme, you know, how we build a more supportive work organization. You know, last year we carried out a really interesting survey where we asked students, you know, what they consider as the skills most useful for their future. And you can see that critical thinking comes out on top, followed by social skills, self-awareness, respect, communication, creativity. Try to square that with what we teach in schools. with what teachers feel confident teaching. And that's something that we studied in our Kallas survey. You can see here, most teachers think they can fulfill the lesson aims when it comes to instruction. The blue bar is long, but teachers often struggle with supporting students' social and emotional learning and adapting to student needs, precisely the things where demands on teachers keep rising. And that's not so much a surprise. Teacher professional learning still very much focuses on content and pedagogy. Social emotional aspects are not that present in most teacher programs. And it may also explain why recent teacher graduates feel their formal education prepared them less well for the reality of classroom than was the case a few years ago. Look at Slovenia, where the share of teachers who felt well prepared used to be over 70% and has dropped to below 40%. I already showed you how work organization matters. You see how important professional autonomy is for teacher job satisfaction. Teachers also like to work in a collaborative culture. It's one of the best predictors for teacher job satisfaction, teacher self-efficacy. And the good thing is that in most countries, teacher professional collaborations actually improved. You see the arrows going up, and the time devoted to this now is between 2 and 5 hours per week. Unfortunately, most teacher collaboration remains quite superficial. The kind of deep professional collaboration that's actually driving improvement is still quite rare. Think about collaborative professional learning or classroom observation, all those kinds of things. Finally, let's turn to our last topic, artificial intelligence. AI did not politely knock on your school doors. It came through the Wi-Fi. And it's now a reality for most of your students. And you see that in countries like the UAE or Singapore, it's now also standard practice for teachers. It's not so much a surprise, Singapore, UAE, they're always countries at the frontier of innovation. What may surprise you more are the countries at the bottom of the list. Think about France or Japan, less than 1 in 5 teachers using AI. They are not poor countries. They are not, less developed education systems. This chart separates those countries that lean into innovation and those that hesitate. And there's a lot that you can do about this. Here you see that in countries where more teachers engage in professional learning around AI, that's the horizontal axis, a much greater share of teachers actually end up using AI in their classroom. It's the vertical axis. The big question, of course, is whether AI improves learning. And the answer is actually quite mixed. Look at this example from Turkey. Students were given ChatGPT to do their math work, and in fact, they got better math results. Great, no? But when those students were afterwards actually tested for their mathematical thinking skills, the students who had used ChatGPT did worse. And the lesson is that improved task performance doesn't automatically translate into learning. Here's an example from the US. Students were given a large language model to write essays, and as you would expect, they wrote better essays. But when afterwards they were asked, what did you actually write about? 80% could not remember. It's another example where AI leads to cognitive offloading and thus compromises learning. But, used with pedagogical intent, AI can actually become a really powerful ally to support learning. Here's a study from England. Students were given AI not to write their essays, but to generate ideas, to research content. And used in that way, actually, AI led to better and more useful essays. And my favorite example is this from Indonesia. AI was used as a tool to connect students and to support collaborative learning. And you can see that after 5 weeks, students did better in critical thinking, were more active in collaboration, and had better argumentative speaking skills on the test, which was the goal of the project. There's something really important we can learn from this. Learning is not about the consumption of content. It's always about cognitive struggle and effort. You don't become fit by watching sports. In the same way, you don't become smarter by consuming content. Where AI enhances and personalizes the cognitive struggle of learning, it can super empower students. Where it shortcuts that effort, it actually undercuts learning. So the essential differentiator is always pedagogical intent, which brings us back to teachers. So how can AI best support teachers? You can think about that in three ways. You can use AI to replace teachers in tasks where AI does better. You can complement teachers in areas, where AI adds value. But the only way in which actually you improve not just outcomes, but also strengthen teacher professionalism is by building teacher AI teams which do better than what either teachers or AI can do on their own. Providing feedback is a really good example. Students often find the analytics which AI generates more useful, more timely, more readable than what teachers can produce on their own. That's not necessarily true when it comes to the credibility of feedback, which shows you how important teachers remain in that feedback loop. And that's important because students are going to only act on feedback which they trust. Here's another example where AI plus teachers gets you more than the sum of both. For experienced teachers, here on the right axis, AI did not add much value. But for less experienced teachers, AI made a huge difference in improving student learning. And we know why. Essentially, AI helped those less experienced teachers to do more what experienced teachers do, namely prompt students to explain things, ask them questions to guide their thinking. And teachers who were, supported by AI resorted less to practices that poor teachers do, like giving away the answer. So how can we ensure that AI becomes a scaffold that enhances teaching and learning, not a crutch that undercuts it? Let me conclude. The first lesson really is that improving task performance with AI doesn't automatically lead to learning. Second, as machines get smarter, we also need to redouble our effort to strengthen human skills. Think of our capacity to make ethical decisions, to reflect, see the bigger picture, build and navigate complex human relationships, create something truly new. Now, these are not just pedagogical ornaments. They are the very pillars on which we build our societies. And if teachers do not protect those pillars with determination, then AI could wash away the very foundations of our societies. Age appropriateness is key. Students need to learn to think before they learn to prompt. For younger learners, AI should never behave like an oracle, because children are wired to trust authority. If AI speaks with confidence, they're going to believe it. And that means, strong filters. It means no emotional manipulation, no pretending to be a friend, a confidant, or worse, a replacement for social interaction. As you saw, pedagogical intent makes all the difference. AI works best when teachers design the task. AI should never replace professional judgment. Even if AI becomes a powerful ally for assessment, teachers should never outsource all assessment to AI, because even if that's convenient, the moment you do that, you give up the important part of the social relationship with students, the heart of education. And you saw that AI tools, built for education are far superior to commercial general purpose AI tools. If it's not tested for safety and impact, not ready for schools. The strongest AI tools always co-design with teachers and learners. Particularly, when you use AI for high-stakes decisions, make sure that every decision remains open to human challenge. And, AI should empower teachers, watch them. And finally, we need to make a lot more investment in research to understand how AI actually changes learning. In the end, remember these data from PISA. Students always learn best from teachers they love, where students feel that teachers understand who they are, care who they want to become, and accompany them in their learning. That's where you're also going to get the best PISA results. In the end, education is never a transactional business. It's always a socially, relational experience. And that's why teacher professionalism will matter more in the age of AI than it ever has. And that's why we are all here. Thank you very much.
Very perfect time.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad you're all taking the contract we made seriously. And now we are going to move on to another brief made specially to frame the discussions we are going to have in this summit. And this one comes from Education International. Therefore, I'm going to ask the remote from Andreas to hand over, and I'm going to pass it on to Antonia. Antonia Wolf from Education International will present the findings of Education International. Please do.
Thanks so much, Annika, distinguished colleagues. A pleasure to bring you the highlights from EI's briefing. There are some slides, if we are ready with those. I need to click them myself. Can I go back to this one? Yes. So our starting point has been that the profession is already evolving. It's in fact constantly evolving just by virtue of the constant decisions made in the classroom, the constant interaction with students, parents, communities. So adaptability is a key competence of the profession as it is. However, what we've seen is that there's a mismatch in the growing expectations, the additional roles, the additional complexity of these roles, and the decline in conditions and support. So Andreas did a great job reminding us of how complex the realities that teachers manage are, with multiple languages discussed in the classroom, at home, a number of special educational needs, a growing mental health crisis, unfortunately, growing rates of violence in classrooms as well. Some really shocking Kallas data on that one. And at the same time, we know that education budgets are under extreme pressure. We know that many systems have found themselves outsourcing some of the support roles, so some of the colleagues that teachers used to have in the school community are no longer there. And what the members of Education International focus on as they analyze the reasons behind the mismatch and the teacher shortage that this mismatch also leads to. So a growing number of colleagues choosing to leave the profession while we struggle to make young people start initial teacher education. So the reasons that they highlight are workload. Andreas mentioned the administrative workload as a particular area of concern. This is about the quantity of work, but it's also about the intensification of work. So the complexities of what every day brings. It's about salary levels and the fact that salaries have stagnated in very many contexts and would urgently need to be corrected. And it's about a perceived decline in the status. So a perceived decline in how teachers are seen and valued by society more broadly, which contributes to a kind of deprofessionalization trend. So what do we do? How do we lift each other? How do we invest in the profession? We start by looking at initial teacher education and how we improve that. We know that those who have not completed their initial teacher education are much more likely to leave the profession. And this is maybe a good place to also insert a plea for any of these urgent recruitment efforts to not simultaneously be a deprofessionalization effort. So we absolutely do not want to see standards being lowered as we seek to fill positions in our schools. It's about continuous professional development, making sure that it responds to the needs as identified by the profession, looking at accessibility of continuous professional development, removing costs and safeguarding time. It's about investing in professional collaboration, ensuring that there is time for teachers to work with their colleagues to respond to some of these evolving demands. And it's about mentoring as something that we are pleased to see is becoming more common in systems. Fundamentally, it's about social dialogue. It's about sitting down with the representatives of the profession to better understand how we navigate an evolving landscape. And here we'd highlight the recommendations of the UN High-Level Panel on establishing national commissions on the teacher shortage as a way to start looking into the measures that are needed. So if we then go to the next theme, professional autonomy, I struggled to illustrate this, and I opted for images that simply show teachers teaching, because that is what it really is about, allowing teachers to just get on with it in whatever way is necessary and required in that very classroom. We know that teachers who have the trust to decide how they organize their work, how they practice, perceive the profession to have a greater status. So professional autonomy is closely linked to the status of the profession. We also know, if we look at Kallas, that professional autonomy is correlated with job satisfaction, with lower stress levels, with more confidence, with greater adaptation to student needs. So a pretty great solution to some of the problems that very many systems are grappling with. Yet we also know that professional autonomy is not a kind of free-floating thing, but it needs to be rooted in professional standards. It needs to be rooted in professional ethics. It needs to be supported by quality initial teacher education, by continuous professional development, by that collaboration, those systems for mentoring. So teachers who have autonomy will be choosing the methods, the materials, the assessment. And this also means that we might have to revisit some of the accountability systems that we currently have in education, ensuring that these are rooted in trust, ensuring that they are actually designed to enhance pedagogical practice, to support teacher professionalism. How do we do that? Seems like the ministerial meeting had some good conclusions here. We make sure to avoid too much narrow standards, avoiding narrow performance indicators that forces teachers to teach to the test. We make sure to understand the limits of what a teacher can be held accountable for. And, of course, we design it together with the profession. Finally, on this subject, we also wanted to share a reflection around the ways in which many of our systems are becoming increasingly politicized, and if not politicized, at least impacted by the way in which political discourse seems to take place nowadays. Where teachers, as those tasked with implementing some of the values that underpin our curricula, our systems, values like democracy, gender equality, equity and inclusion, suddenly find themselves navigating a landscape where these values are increasingly contested. We just got some data from Germany, where about 1,000 German teachers had been surveyed. More than a fifth of them said that they encounter extreme right-wing behaviors from students on a weekly basis. 12% of these teachers said that they are hesitant to promote democracy in their classrooms because they fear the backlash that will immediately come. They also called for training, for support, as to how they are expected to navigate this. And I think this would be an invitation to dialogue to all of you. How do we responsibly deal with a situation like this? And then lastly, artificial intelligence. So in 1966, ILO and UNESCO adopted a recommendation on the status of teachers. They obviously didn't discuss AI in 1966, but they did look at the introduction of different teaching aids and had 3 principles. One was the involvement of teachers in the development of any teaching aids. The second was ensuring that these aids support and never replace teachers. And the third was about the involvement of teachers in the research and evaluation of any such aids. So there's some guidance here that can actually be applied to artificial intelligence. And the key here is, once again, the involvement of teachers. The question is always who it is that gets to define the problem that any of these AI tools seeks to solve. And here we really need some thought leadership from the teaching profession, helping us to better understand how any of these tools can be introduced in a way that is both safe and pedagogically sound. And we know that any tool that is introduced top-down will be demotivating. It will undermine autonomy. It will erode trust. And it will contribute to this deprofessionalization that I mentioned earlier. Thales had an interesting finding. About half of the surveyed teachers actually are thinking that AI tools shouldn't be brought into the classroom. Half of all teachers is a significant proportion, and I think that does require some interrogation. We also have more and more evidence on the risks. Recent evidence showing that the risks of AI in education currently overshadow the benefits. The risks include the cognitive development. And I guess I'm not the only one who's been brought up to think that it's not the destination, but it is the journey that matters. And fundamentally, this is the question that many of these tools forces us to grapple with. Are you supposed to be able to just cheat your way right up to the top? Or is there a value in working out how to get there? When we allow students to outsource their essay writing, we allow them to outsource their thinking, their reflection. And you know, it was once said, I think, therefore I am. They outsource their thinking, they outsource some of that critical interrogation, some of that creative engagement with not just knowledge, but with ideas. And as they engage with knowledge and ideas, they also work out who they are and who they want to be. And as they eventually get out on the other end, they are likely to feel a little bit more confident. They are likely to have that knowledge that I can actually work it out, even if I don't have a tool. The research talks about cognitive patience as something that may be endangered if we rely too much on these tools. We really need students who have that cognitive patience to keep trying, to keep fighting, despite it being difficult. And linked to this, we have the question about social and emotional learning and the well-being of children. We know that increasingly the tools that are targeting children are so-called anthropomorphic. This means that they are designed to come across as human beings, to engage with you in a way that seems human. Particularly, if you're a young student, it will seem very human and very lovely. It may also undermine student well-being, their safety. It may undermine the human relationships that we are building at school, that dialogue between teachers and students, and in the long run, the dialogue between students. So the question that we pose to you in the briefing is whether these anthropomorphic tools should actually be banned in educational contexts. And this is another one where we'd love to hear your reflections. My very last slide is about the student-teacher relationship and Education International's efforts to have this relationship recognized as common heritage of humanity. This is a process that has started at UNESCO and that we think is particularly important in the context of AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonia. This was very interesting, and the picture you showed about the fairy tale, that was the scariest thing of my childhood, so thank you for reminding that. I hope other people also have suffered from that fairy tale, not only me. Dears, we have 4 minutes left for this session. I think we made a good contract with each other because everyone has been on time. I'm so proud of you. But since we have 4 minutes left, we're going to do a quick rehearsal. Who has the fastest finger to push the button to have an opportunity to speak? So therefore, I'm going to take 2 1-minute comments, reflections, or even questions if anyone might have on what you've just heard. So in front of you, you see a button that has a it's a blue dot on it. If you want to speak, you just have to push the blue light button. Is there anyone who's fast enough to touch it? Okay, Iceland, please, I give you 1 minute.
Thank you, guys. Nice to be in the ISTP. I just wanted to be following Antonia. I'm really happy to hear the suggestion about training for teachers working on democracy in the classrooms. I really think that's a big thing for us as we are here. We are teacher leaders, but we are also sitting beside people who work in those circumstances of being democratic leaders, of course. And I think the issues you are raising from Germany are worldwide issues. We are having discussions within our classrooms about certain things of politics, but also about gender equality. And we can see that discussions from the classrooms will leave them also. And this is, I think, this is a new thing for teachers, at least in Iceland, but this is a big part of our discussion. And I really embrace the idea that we think about training teachers for those discussions, because it can be really difficult discussion leading into closer societies and to the upper levels. So thanks for that.
Thank you very much. One more. Finland, please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I really like the concept of cognitive patience. And somehow I believe that one central task of the school of the future is to teach us slowness, patience, that you can't, that the process, the road itself is valuable. But our democracy, I think in all of this technological change, knowing that information is the basic for making sound decisions, technological literacy, AI literacy, and media literacy, it's not only tools to learn things, but it's also the tools you need to be a sound citizen. So in a way, it's about preserving democracy when we secure that our kids have the tools available to evaluate what's good and what's bad, what's true and what's false, what's fabricated, and what really comes from good, sound information.
Thank you very much. I have to say that the rehearsal went also very well, like perfect. So therefore, we're going to take a break. It's going to last 30 minutes. I ask everyone to be back in here 3:30 sharp. Meanwhile, start conversations, ask questions. Also visit the EdTech Expo. And we start 3:30 sharp with session 1, the evolving teaching profession. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah.